day.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. We'll be beginning in a moment, but this is just a friendly reminder to put your phones on vibrate or silent if you're able. We do have sugar and chocolate to keep you energetic and buzzed tonight. Happy Valentine's Day to our fellow Pontiac lovers.
That's what's called a blowback. So if you can let the man know.
All right, looks like most folks are situated. So with that, this meeting of your Pontiac City Council is hereby called to order at 6:08 p.m. Apologies for the delay, but we just wanted you more time to consume that chocolate. How about that? This meeting is called to order. We give the floor to Councilman Parker to introduce this evening's invocation.
Good evening, everyone. It is my pleasure to introduce to you Pastor Chris Johnson of the All Saints Episcopal Church, who will give us our invocation this evening.
Let us pray. Holy God, in your word, you have given us a vision of that holy city to which the nations of the world bring their glory. Behold and visit, we pray, Pontiac and all the cities of the earth. Renew the ties of mutual regard which form our civic life. Send us honest and able leaders. Enable us to eliminate poverty, prejudice, and oppression, that peace may prevail with righteousness and justice with order, and that men and women from different cultures and with differing talents may find with one another the fulfillment of their humanity. Bestow upon those who hold office in this city the spirit of wisdom, charity, and justice, that with a steadfast purpose they may faithfully serve in the offices to promote the well-being of all people. Continue to set before us tasks which demand our best efforts and lead us to accomplishments which satisfy and delight us. Comfort and relieve those challenged by serious and chronic mental and emotional illnesses. Guide the peoples of this city so to use our public and private wealth that all may find suitable and fulfilling employment and receive just payment for their labor. Help us to provide for those who seek a safe, warm place to call home, a place where personal dignity and self-respect may prevail. And finally, we pray, help us in the midst of our struggles for justice and truth to confront one another without hatred or bitterness, and to work together with mutual forbearance and respect. Through Jesus Christ our Lord. Amen.
Amen. Please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance to the flag of the United States.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
We now have a moment of silence as a community, remembering those neighbors who have recently departed. These are the names that we've recently learned that in recent weeks have passed away. Geneva Baker, Margaret Caldwell, Neil Cook Sr., Larry Douglas, Sr., Robert Duff, Karen Duffini, Diane Beadle, William Freegard, Ward Goodnight, Sr., Carolyn Graves, Johnny Harris, Jr., Marquita King, Tass Jackson, Travion Lewis, Roberta Lee Miller, Cassandra Motez, Brian Munson, O.D. Pace, Jr., Eduardo Rodriguez, Mark Schmidt, Savannah Smith, Cleveland Tatamy, Robert Taylor, Helen Trice, and two names that we've just recently received, Irvin Walker, Mr. Barbecue himself, and Roy Webb. Roy Webb was a past coach of the Pontiac High basketball team. Please join us as a community for a moment of silence as we honor those who we've recently lost. Thank you all, and we send our sincere condolences to the family, friends, and neighbors of those named. Roll call of council members. Clerk Doyle.
Carrington,
Present.
Goodman, James. Here. McGinnis,
Present.
Nicholson, Parker,
Here.
Rutherford.
Present.
Mr. President, you have a quorum.
Quorum being established and Councilman Goodman being in City Hall and expected in the chambers shortly, is there a motion to excuse Councilman Brett Nicholson from the meeting for personal reasons? It's been moved by Councilwoman Rutherford, seconded by Councilman Parker. That motion is now before us. Roll call. Clerk Doyle.
Carrington,
Yes.
James. Yes. McGinnis,
Yes.
Parker. Rutherford.
Yes.
5 yeas, no nays.
That motion carries. We are now at approval of the agenda. Is there a motion?
Moved by Carrington.
Is there a second? It's been moved by Pro Tem Carrington, seconded by Councilman Parker, that we approve this evening's agenda. I've heard that there is one item that should be pulled, so that way it can be further refined. Clerk Doyle, can you confirm? It was regarding the language with co-ops.
And I believe also item 8, the administration wanted pulled from the agenda, which is about the Baldwin Racer Trust. Yeah.
Okay, that's new information to me. So number 8 is being pulled for some reason, and number 11 in
I'm
terms of.
sorry, the petitioner was unable to be here, so he requested that it be postponed for number,
Okay. Through you? Through the clerk's office?
through the administration.
Okay. All right. So is there a motion to amend the agenda to remove numbers 8 and 11?
Moved by
Support. I just had a question.
Carrington.
All right, it's been moved by Carrington, seconded by Rutherford, so that amendment is now before us. Councilman Rutherford.
Yes, I also wanted to make a motion to remove something off the agenda. I think it needs to be postponed for another week.
Okay, we already made this motion, so we got to deal with this, and then we can
Okay,
deal with a
thank
separate
you.
one. So the item is removing number 8 and 11 from the agenda. Number 8 and number 11. Are we all clear on that? Those are both ordinance amendments that would be first readings. Okay. Hearing no further discussion, roll call on removal of items number 8 and 11. Clerk Doyle.
James? Yes. McGinnis?
Yes.
Parker?
Yes.
Rutherford?
Yes.
Carrington?
Yes.
Goodman?
Yes.
6 yeas, no nays.
That motion carries. Both of those items through the amendment are removed. So now we're back to the main agenda as amended. Madam Councilwoman, what would you like to see changed?
I would like to postpone for 1 week the adoption of an ordinance to amend the municipal ordinance for mobile food trucks. I think the community does not have enough time to actually know what's really going on, and we need to be very careful with the decision we make about the mobile food trucks. We need 1 more week to study it. I don't feel comfortable voting on it nor discussing it tonight.
Not even discussing it?
Nope.
So are you going to ask for 9 and 10, or just?
9 and 10, sir, I'm sorry.
Okay, so it's motion to remove items number 9 and 10. Is there a second?
So moved. I support.
Okay, moved by Councilman Rutherford, seconded by Councilman Goodman. That would remove items 9 and 10 from the agenda. Any further discussion?
Yes, I just want to say that we have several mobile food truck vendors that are in the audience tonight. Had no idea this was going to be on the agenda, which is why I'm asking for it to be removed. They need the opportunity to be heard and to understand how it's going to affect their financials and their funds. So they came to me on Sunday. I told them that I would ask for this to be postponed for 1 week.
New information to me. I definitely feel comfortable not voting on it tonight, but if there's people here and the purpose is get information out, I mean, I respect your request. It's new information to me. So with that, any further discussion? Hearing no further discussion, roll call on the amendment to remove number 9 and 10 from the agenda. Clerk Doyle.
Guinness,
No.
Parker,
Yes.
Rutherford,
Yes.
Harrington,
Yes.
Goodman,
Yes.
James.
No.
4 days, 2 days.
That motion carries. Number 9 and 10 is also removed from this evening's agenda. So 8 through 11 are removed. Okay, we're now back to the main motion, the agenda as amended. Is there any further discussion, changes, corrections? Hearing nothing further, speakers list exhausted. Roll call on adoption of the agenda as amended. Clerk Doyle.
Goodman,
Yes.
James,
Yes.
McGinnis,
Yes.
Parker,
Yes.
Rutherford,
Yes.
Harrington.
Yes.
6 yeas, no nays.
All right, that motion carries. The agenda is adopted. We'll proceed accordingly. Let's have some fun and make some progress for the city of Pontiac and our residents. Is there a motion to adopt the consent agenda?
So moved.
Is there a second? Moved by Councilman Rutherford, seconded by Pro Tem Carrington. It has 2 sets of meeting minutes, the February 5th Economic Development, Housing and Planning Subcommittee meeting minutes, and the February 6th City Council meeting minutes. Hearing no further, there is no discussion on the consent agenda, so roll call, Clerk Doyle.
Parker,
Yes.
Rutherford,
Yes.
Carrington,
Yes.
Goodman,
Yes.
James,
Yes.
McGinnis.
Yes.
6 yeas, no nays.
That motion carries. Those 2 sets of meeting minutes are approved. We're now at subcommittee reports, a monthly, you know what subcommittee reports are. There you go. We're at number 1, communications, engagement, and operations.
Can you pass and come back to me? I'm missing a couple documents I want to go over.
Oh, okay. We're next at economic development, housing, and planning. That subcommittee met on Monday, February 5th. Councilwoman Rutherford and President McGinnis were in attendance for that meeting. We reviewed a number of changes, initiatives, and proposals regarding economic development, housing, and planning. So I want to give you a quick summary. There have been figures offered in terms of how many code violations have been issued so far this year, rental property inspections, and so forth, as well as court orders for abatement of properties, meaning it's gotten so far that the court has ordered that the city is authorized to clean it up. Economic development, we received an update on the home repair program, how many inspections were completed, bids accepted, those ready for construction, those under construction, and those out to bid. So those are in the meeting minutes for the subcommittee as well. So for planning, you heard us last week rezone conditionally land from P1 or parking to C3 commercial on land along Emerson between University and Featherstone, so that took place. They shared about the mobile food truck and temporary use ordinance that was coming that is no longer on tonight's agenda due to the motion to remove. The Racer property at Baldwin, that was discussed as coming up at the City Council's meeting, but of course that also has been removed due to the petitioner's request. And Contour Windows is a business that is seeking to move from Auburn Hills to Pontiac off of Perry Road between Galloway Lake Park and the Galloway Lake Estates. There was a community informational meeting that was held last month, and then at last week's Planning Commission meeting, there was a public hearing. And so community members, especially those that lived in Galloway Lake Estates, came out, got information, but also shared their concerns. So that public hearing took place. That will require a zoning amendment. It was recommended from the Planning Commission that the zoning amendment be approved. That'll be coming to City Council in the coming weeks. There are other items that will be considered in the future, but the date's not set. But the subcommittee did also review various different boards and commission activities. At the Planning Commission meeting last night, another new business that's coming to Pontiac is on North Telegraph. To orient yourself, it's across the street basically from Hawthorne Park. And it's a former rail yard, the rail yard, so it's zoned already. It didn't need a rezoning, but it needed a special exception permit and site plan that was approved at the Planning Commission. It's a metal fabricating. They built the clocks, the big clocks that have Shinola on it in downtown Detroit. That company that built those clocks is now moving to Pontiac. And so that was approved at the Planning Commission meeting. The site plan for the lighthouse facility, including the apartments that are being constructed, affordable housing on Auburn. It'll be called Auburn Place Apartments. That site plan was approved as well. All right, so for the sake of time, I'll leave it at that. There's more that will be coming, and we'll just keep the community updated so that way you can have more information and opportunities to weigh in. Next up is Facilities and Property, Councilman Rutherford.
Good evening. My subcommittee met on January the 26th. I was present as the chair, President Pro Tem, and President McGinnis and President Pro Tem Carrington. Future DPW facility. There's a major concern for City Council to keep city services going. The city has to have a functional DPW facility. The current arrangement is not long-term solution and hurts the city function. At the last subcommittee meeting, the administration has no updates and has made no progress for the long term. Potential seller Purdue School. In December, the administration presented to the council that they had an interested buyer with the old Purdue School on Sanford. A public hearing was also held. The city of Pontiac owns this school, and the city council is very concerned about the blighted building in the neighborhood. They have now informed us that that the interested party has pulled out. They think they have yet another possible buyer. The administration previously posted an RFP for the demolition of Old Purdue School. As they reported to the community and council, the RFP was done incorrectly and would need to be redone. It has not yet been redone or reposted. Demolition has not begun. The council is eagerly awaiting something to happen. The demolition of Old McCarroll School. The administration previously posted an RFP for the demolition of Old McCarroll School. As they reported to the community and council, the RFP was done incorrectly and it needs to be redone and reposted. It has not yet been redone or reposted. This site is where the new youth recreation center is supposed to be built. The citizens eagerly await something to happen. Youth recreation center construction. I just shared about the lack of progress in the demolition of the school at the site. The community was told the architecture and designing firm will be chosen in December. The architect firm still has not been chosen. The final budget for the center construction has also not been finalized. Construction has not started and has no start date yet known. The citizens eagerly await for something to happen with the youth center. Demolition of the University Drive. The administration previously posted an RFP for the demolition for the blight building, University Drive on Oak Hill Cemetery. As reported to the community and the council, the RFP was done incorrectly and will need to be redone. It has not been redone or reposted, and no demolition has begun. Also, they reported the subcommittee that they need to confirm if the city even has legal owner of the property. The citizens eagerly await for something to happen. Demolition of Ewok Center. City Council asked this administration to make progress towards tearing down the old Ewok Center and at Galloway Lake Park. They did not know and told us they would get back to us. Repairs to the Pontiac to the police station. City Council asked this administration if they would make progress on the approved repairs to the interview room and the windows. They did not know and they told us they would get back to us. Repairs to the fire citizen station. City Council is waiting for answers on the game plan for overdue repairs to city-owned fire station, including Pike and on-site South Boulevard. Sale of city-owned property. City Council is waiting for the potential sale of Old Kennett Road landfill to come before us, and we asked about this at the subcommittee. We also asked about the sale of vacant lots owned by the city. A few of them are coming before the City Council now, but many more remain. The citizens are eagerly awaiting to see how this will happen, and this is my report in my subcommittee. Thank you.
Okay. Are you ready for communications, engagement, and operations?
Yeah. So the Communications Engagement Operations Subcommittee met on January 25th, so last month. It was attended by myself and Councilman McGinnis, as well as the multiple members of that department. I mean, to make it really short, because a lot of these updates are ones that have been happening for a while in terms of refreshing and updating internet and data infrastructure, both here in City Hall, as well as at the senior centers and at the 50th District Court, which we are close to wrapping up. There are still some things that need to be done and upgraded over at the 50th District. There are some updates from cable in terms of some purchase approvals that have to come through in terms of fixing some things in council chambers. I know many of us last week noticed that the sound was going in and out in terms of the speakers inside the chambers itself, which everyone at home could still hear everything. It was still recorded, but the sound system in here is not the best, and, you know, working on that for everyone's benefit. And then one of the last real major updates is that we should be extremely close to filling the PR/event position that was still vacant in the communications department. So that should be wrapping up rather soon. But I believe that is it for communications engagement operations.
Okay. For the Finance and Personnel Subcommittee, they met last Thursday. That was a substantial and long meeting. Myself, Councilwoman James, and Councilman Parker were present for that subcommittee meeting. We reviewed the monthly budget numbers, which are very substantial, and the balance in the city's coffers is very substantial. The Human Resources Department updated various needs and progress that they have made on modernization and upgrades for the operations in HR. We reviewed the number of vacancies in different departments, and specifically department directors, and reviewed the recruitment efforts that will be made. So right now there is no finance director, grants and philanthropy director, Department of Public Works director, and city engineer. So those are leadership positions that the City Council is eager to see filled promptly and filled well. And there are other managerial and staff roles that are really critical to making sure that we're functioning well and serving the citizens well. So it's a substantial concern, and we spent a lot of discussion on that, and we look forward to further progress being made in the fields of finance and personnel. We also did communicate with the administration about our interest in starting the annual audit process earlier, engaging with the firm that the City Council will be initiating, so that way there's an independent annual fiscal audit as required by law. All right, with that, Law in the Courts, Councilman Parker.
Thank you, Brother President. Law and Courts Subcommittee met on January 22nd, 2024. The update from the 50th Court District was that they have hired they've lost two clerks. They've hired, it seemed like as soon as they hire one, they lose two. One left for a better job, one left for better opportunities. There's still 10 open positions. We discussed briefly clean slate, and because of clean slate, it has created a tremendous workload for the courts, low on criminal court clerks, although I believe they had hired one since the last time we met. Funding for open positions is problematic because of how the funding is gathered. We talked about an expungement fair. I recognize that one is already being planned, and they're working on the budget for the next year. Talked about cleaning up the file room, and because it's problematic for safety issues, the way the boxes are stacked, they need a new water fountain. There's no update on the HVAC system. Although the study is complete, looking for intermediate resolutions to fix it. If you recall, when we began this, it was costed at about $80,000, and now it's over $1.3 million, and we're trying to figure out what the difference was. We had an update on the mental health resolution, and the communication with the council was planned for resolution and ideas, and there was a flyer going around. We had no updates from the other items that were listed. There was no code enforcement update, nothing from the Oakland County Prosecutor's Office this month, no administrative update, no new business, nothing to be considered, and it was adjourned at 4:36 p.m.
Thank you very much. Parks, Recreation, and Public Works, Councilwoman James.
Yes, we met on, our meeting date was January the 22nd. We reviewed extensively the zoning text amendments that were on tonight's agenda. There was quite a bit of discussion around that, and we've continued to have discussion around it. We have, in my opinion, worked through most of the concerns or all of the concerns regarding that zoning amendment, and we will be having additional discussion on some of the aspects at the next Parks and Recreation and Public Works Subcommittee meeting. Alexander Borngesser, the former Grants and Philanthropy Department Director, who is no longer with the city, we want to wish her well in her new role. But in her final report, she did say that the 10 mini and neighborhood parks are in design phase. We have chosen the company that's working on those parks, and it was decided that the Parks and Recreation Department, under the direction of our director, Terrence Price, will assume responsibility for those upgrades. Crystal Lake and Maddie McKinney Hatchet Park, that came before council a couple of weeks ago, those projects will be moved ahead due to the fact that Maddie Hatchet Park already has a design plan, so she would not need to be, that park would not need a design plan. And the Crystal Lake Park, the city of Pontiac received a $500,000 grant from Oakland County to do some specific environmental cleanup and some other minor upgrades to that park. And the intent of writing that grant was that it would possibly be, once those things were done, that we might be able to reopen that park. That is why those two parks were pulled ahead, and the RFP is being written for that work. The Crystal Lake Park would be design and build to that limited scope of the $500,000 that we received a grant for, and the Maddie McKinney Hatchet Park would be, we're looking for the RFP for construction drawings only. We have held our first meeting to plan the 2024 annual spring cleanup for the city of Pontiac. This year it's been determined that will kick off on Earth Day, April 22nd, 2024, and starting with the downtown area. So there'll be a lot more announcements, but many of you participated in the cleanup last year where we had dumpsters in the various neighborhoods. All of that will happen again this year. We've got a huge, very good group of people, the same people who worked with us last year, but I just think this year it's going to be over the top much better. So if you are in a neighborhood group or a community group, get with your council person and let them know what you think you will need for that cleanup. But again, it is planned for, it will kick off on April the 22nd, Earth Day. HRC will manage the construction engineering for the Bagley Golf Drive projects, and they will be responsible for setting up the detour routes and the barricades in accordance with the National Highway Safety Standards. Finally, the city is working on the removal, engineering said the city is working on the removal of the pedestrian crosswalk at the corner of Victory and Balboa. There were no public comments. The meeting adjourned at 1:58. Thank you, Mr. President.
And our next subcommittee report is Public Safety, Health, and Wellness. Pro Tem Carrington.
Thank you, President McGinnis. The Public Safety and Health Wellness Subcommittee met February 8th, 2024 here in Pontiac City Hall. Committee members present, myself as the chair, Councilwoman James, and
Councilman Parker. Others included representatives from the Sheriff Department, Waterford Fire Department, as well as the EMS services. The meeting started with a presentation from Tridina Taylor, Manager of Access at Oakland Community Health Network. She explained the services that Oakland County Health Network provided. Crisis services include the OCHN Network service provider, Common Ground, in an emergency crisis to public mental health and community services. Common Ground's responsibilities include addressing the needs of all individuals in crisis, including those who have Medicaid, Medicare, Healthy Michigan, private insurance, or no insurance, authorizing psychiatric hospitalization, determining network service eligibility, identifying follow-up resources and supports, and managing the resource and crisis helpline. The Oakland Youth Mobile Crisis Team provided by the new Oakland Family Centers is available to families and individuals across Oakland County. The mobile team travels to homes, foster care homes, schools, emergency rooms, and other public places in Oakland County. The service is available for individuals up to 21 years of age who have Medicaid or presumed Medicaid eligible and are experiencing a mental health crisis. The mobile crisis service includes assessment and coordination of continued stability, on-spot counseling by mental health professionals, rapid mobile response with therapists and social work technicians who come to your location to help referrals to ongoing stabilization care and services. Oakland County Sheriff Department presented their update accompanied by a written report. All 7 districts received criminal stats. That was from 2023, so they compiled crime reports for each district. This update also included the past 2 high-profile cases. The Waterford Regional Fire Department represented a written and an oral report, which included their latest response times. He noted that firefighters were trained on fire extinguishing tactics on ongoing CE training, EMS training, OCMA protocols, updating ongoing monthly CE training. Star EMS presented a written report which included the number of 911 requests. During for the month, over 791 priority 1 calls was sent to Star EMS. And that concludes my report, President McGinnis.
Okay. That concludes subcommittee reports. We're now at recognition of elected officials. Are there any current elected officials in the community that want to give an update in their elected capacity?
Good evening, Council, Mayor, Deputy Mayor, Mr. Doyle. My name is Beatrice Wright. I am a precinct delegate. My only reason for standing here today is to further announce the upcoming election for February 27th. On it, of course, it's the primary election, but it's also a ballot proposal on there. And in case you have selective attention, I want you to know that that ballot proposal includes things that this council worked hard to tweak and improve. The one that I'm primarily interested in, well, I'm interested in all of them, but I'm primarily interested in social equity. Since black and brown folk were inordinately and disproportionately incarcerated for marijuana charges. And even to this day, it continues. So social equity on that ballot means, in simple terms, 40 acres and a mule. Because 51% of an ownership of a marijuana business has to be a black or brown person. That has been tweaked into this ballot proposal. Someone did send out something that said we go along with the council. I read it. We go along with the council, and I didn't think you sent it, but it told you to vote. No, I want you to vote to bring equity so that legalizing cannabis won't continue to privilege a certain group. And you know who that certain group is. And I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Good evening, H. Bill Maxey. library treasurer and trustee. The Pontiac Library is the core of this city for the dissemination of information. This is why every Tuesday night I remind the council and community at large of programs that have been set that we can disseminate information to resolve some of the concerns that we have. Quickly, senior citizen heating program, that's discussed on Monday night. Heaters for the month of February. Dealing with DTE and consumers. Dealing with health, education, welfare. Dealing with nutrition. There are several initiatives that is being held at the Pontiac Public Library. Again, we're the core of information for this city, and we hope that the seniors and others out in our community are listening Monday nights again and again. Between the hours of 6 and 8, you will get this information, and I guarantee you it will be, and assure you, to resolve some of the concerns that our community has. No, without representation, except information to be involved and engage.
Any further recognition of elected officials? With that, I do also want to acknowledge and thank for her community service, the Honorable Shaquana Davis-Smith, trustee for the Pontiac School Board, in the audience tonight. We are now at agenda address. Momentarily, we'll begin recognizing community members in the audience tonight who wish to speak for agenda address.
Thank you, President McGinnis. We have a couple of items, a couple of citizens that want to speak, but I'm really thinking that these items go on public comment. Mr. Lonnie Williams Jr., are you here? No. Is it a Pinky McGee? No, I actually move those to public comment just in case they come in later. Ms. Beatrice Wright.
Councilman Carrington, the agenda item that I wrote down there, I just wanted to make sure I spoke to the correct item.
You said W13?
Well, okay. Well, I'm looking at,
That's subcommittee report, I'm sorry.
well, I didn't know. I have one question. It's regarding where road improvement goes in, is it economic development? Where does, somebody can answer that later.
I'll stop the time, but that falls under the Parks, Recreation, and Public Works. It's the
Okay,
Public Works part
okay.
of that
Well,
subcommittee.
yeah, that's what I really wanted to address, because further down on the agenda is something I think you took off. Did you take off item 11? Okay, but let me just still address that real quickly. Item 11 talks about, no, and I apologize. That is not what I wanted. I wanted to talk about 13. I apologize. The Michigan Department of Transportation for sidewalk construction in Pontiac along the west side of Updike Road at Center Point Parkway. I just want to remind the council that we have more than Updike to sidewalk. And Updike is a wise thing to sidewalk, although it's on the outskirts of our city. I am interested as we pave Golf Drive, and I hope that we pave it in cement like it is now, and I hope that you will put some sidewalks there, because we connect communities on the south side to community like Washington Park are connected by Golf Drive, but there are no sidewalks there. There are sidewalks on Telegraph Road all the way down to 13 Mile, but we don't have sidewalks there, and so I hope we will include that in our road improvement.
All right,
Thank you,
come
Ms.
on,
Wright.
Let's stop for a second. I'm going to have to evict this coat that's ringing. You can continue.
Mr. Carlton Jones.
Okay, good evening. I want to speak to a couple items tonight. And it basically coming out of the community, the subcommunity reports. The one area of economic development, housing, and planning, I think is so crucial. I know President McGinnis is over the area, but I think that's so crucial for what we're running into, along with the area that's finance and personnel. Now, everybody know that workforce development is the area that I really focus on, but sometimes you got to know the lay of the land. Right now, talent, good talent, across the board is very difficult to find. And we are putting ourselves in a position that is going to be very difficult to attract good talent with us not having a full slate of people in place. And the reason why you can't function appropriately, a lot of the things I think our councilwoman spoke about that the administration is somehow having a difficult time doing is because they don't have the proper people in place. That's my assumption of it. That may not be true, but I know that's what happened when you lack a full slate of talented people. And it does not present itself to make people want to come and join a team like that because there's so many holes in the process. I will say, I want to offer President McGinnis community benefits to that committee. I want to come and talk about community benefits. Because if we really look at how we can help this situation ourselves, is we start a workforce development internally inside our operation so we can elevate people instead of attracting people from the outside. That's workforce development as you develop your talent inside your own organization. And I want to offer some community benefits like that at the next committee meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jones. Dr. Deirdre Waterman, what item?
I wrote them down, but by memory, I think that 40, 50, 51, 52, 53, those are the ones that I remember, but they're on the sheet.
Well, actually, they're not on the sheet. Well, could you please in future write them on this board for us? Because you're calling out a lot of them, and I'm trying to listen and check the sheet at the same time.
Let's check again, because I wrote them somewhere. Maybe if I didn't write them on the right sheet, but I did. That's, to my memory, it's 40, 51, 52, 53, something like that.
Okay, thank you.
May I proceed?
Yes.
Okay, I would like to talk about the recreational marijuana referendum, which is on the February 26th ballot. I think citizens, I received another mailing, and I think citizens received another mailing, and this whole issue is becoming more confusing by the day. And I know the administration had said that the city attorneys were going to get out something to kind of clarify the issues, but we haven't received it yet, and certainly it's kind of like a day late and a dollar short because people are already voting. In fact, the clerk said that of all the absentee ballots he's sent out, 40% of them have come back in already. So these are people that are voting without the information that you've promised. And it's made it even worse, the situation, because there have been so many closed sessions. I mean, are that many people suing the city? Well, they have to have all these closed sessions, and it just makes people look more skeptical about what's going on. I had some other questions that had been outstanding that I had, some people had asked me and I had asked before that still hadn't received an answer. But I just want to run through those in the time that I have, whatever time I have. Whatever I don't get finished, I'll go to public comment or even to Spirit of Pontiac and put those on. Number one, who is this sensible cannabis or sensible cannabis reform or whatever name they're using that keeps writing us? You know, administrator has to know because you negotiated with them to get the
November referendum was supposed to be on the November ballot. You negotiated with them to get it off the ballot, so why can't you tell us who they are? The other thing is, why are there different rules for different officials in terms of recusing themselves from the vote? When the planning commissioner was going to address an issue on marijuana, he said he had to recuse himself. The city attorney was there who said, well, the chair had to have that received and voted on to accept the recusal. And so that was the rule there. Why is it different here? There's other questions, but we'll get to those.
Thank you, Dr. Waterman. Ms. Darlene Clark, what item? Okay.
Good evening. I want to address number 11. Also, I have a question for Mike McGinnon because he's over the planning. The first question to you, sir, is that, and if I didn't hear it clearly, I apologize, but could you explain to the people of the conclusion that you came into planning about the 800 square foot property homes that you want to bring in here? They need to have an update on that, please, if you don't mind. And number 11, I know it's not on the docket, but could you give clarity when you said that all the homes has to be registered? Are you talking about rental property homeowners? Mayor, could you give a clarity on number 11, please? On what residents are you speaking of out of the people here, the 64,000 people here, homeowners, or the 35% homeowners? Do you know what I'm speaking of? You look confused. Pardon? I know it's off the ballot, but it still need clarity. Do you understand what I'm saying?
It's agenda address, so it's your time to speak.
Oh, okay. I didn't know. I'm sorry. That's all I need. Just to give clarity, is this for homeowners, rental, what perspective?
Thank you, Ms. Clark. That concludes agenda address, President McGinnis.
All right, very good. We are now then at number 12. Is there a motion to adopt the resolution honoring the life and service of Latina Roberts?
Moved by Carrington. Support.
It's moved by Pro Tem Carrington, second by Councilman Rutherford. Here is that resolution. Whereas the City of Pontiac has been blessed to have many dedicated community members serve in professional capacities to protect and improve the quality of life for all residents, and whereas Ms. Latina Roberts was a longtime resident of Pontiac, Michigan, and worked for the City of Pontiac as an elections assistant in the city clerk's office, among other impactful roles. And whereas the City of Pontiac is better today because of her years of service, including as an elected member of the School District of City of Pontiac Board of Education and as board president. And whereas Ms. Roberts passed away on January 28, 2024, at the age of 63, which is a tragic loss for her family and our entire community, though her amazing legacy will surely endure. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Pontiac City Council and Pontiac Mayor Tim Grimel hereby acknowledges the life and service of Ms. Latina Roberts and mourns her passing. And further resolved, the Pontiac City Council, the Mayor of Pontiac, and the entire City of Pontiac extends our deepest sympathies to the family, friends, neighbors, and colleagues of Ms. Roberts. And further resolved, we celebrate the life and impact of Ms. Roberts and salute her years of admirable service to the City of Pontiac. Are there any family members of Ms. Roberts that wish to be recognized or speak at this time? With that, are any members of the council or this honorable body wish to speak? Councilwoman Rutherford.
I think it shows a person's life and when they do something of service, and this woman truly served this community. She walked the walk, she talked the talk, and as a black woman in the time she was in leadership, she oftentimes was not always heard. She oftentimes was not always counted. And I just think it's important that we honor all of our women who serve in this community, especially the black women who serve in this community, because people like her have paved the way for people like me. And so I just want to give her honor where honor is due. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further discussion? With that, speakers list is exhausted. Roll call, Clerk Doyle, on the resolution honoring the life and service of Ms. Latina Roberts.
Parker?
Yes.
Rutherford?
Yes.
Carrington,
Yes.
Goodman,
Yes.
James,
Yes.
McGinnis.
Yes.
6 yeas, no nays.
That motion carries. The resolution is adopted, and this framed copy of the resolution will be delivered to her family. We send our condolences, as we did last week, when a moment of silence was held in her honor. With that, we are at number 13. Is there a motion to adopt the resolution?
Moved by Carrington.
Is there a second?
Support.
It's been moved by Council Pro Tem Carrington, seconded by Councilman Rutherford. This is a resolution to authorize entering into a contract with the Michigan Department of Transportation for sidewalk construction in Pontiac along the west side of Opdyke Road at Center Point Parkway. We give the floor to the administration for information.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to turn it over to Deputy Mayor Stevens to walk us through the specifics of this item.
Getting to the item, we skipped forward quite a bit.
13.
Well, we now have our engineer here, so why don't we turn it over to our city engineer, Shannon Filarecki.
Good evening, Council. So the document that you have in front of you is another contract from MDOT. They are going to be doing some improvements near South Boulevard and Center Point Drive off of Updike. As part of their design, they reached out and asked if the city would be interested in including sidewalk along the west side of Updike Road. Excuse me, I just ran up the stairs. Thank you. So they've gone out for bids. They've gotten a contractor on board. They now need to enter into an agreement with the city to have our proportionate share to pay for the sidewalk while they do the rest of the road work. Similar to the same contract you signed at the last meeting for Golf and Bagley.
Okay, thank you very much for that information. Can you describe for the community what part of the west side of Opdyke? Is it all the way from South Boulevard where the sideway stops all the way till you get to Center Point Parkway, do you think?
Yeah, I believe that's the section that they were talking about extending. There's another section along Updike for another MDOT project, but that hasn't come forward as of yet.
Okay. So to help people orient, we're talking about in District 7 along where the old truck and bus ran, very long, and there's a new logistics center, a new construction there, and so there's green and then fence. So this is adding a sidewalk to allow for pedestrian access along Opdyke where there hasn't been a sidewalk before. Is that right?
Yes, correct. The whole goal is whenever anybody is doing a project within the city, we try and look for areas and ways that we can close gaps where we're missing sidewalk. So if we can partner with them, we can save money by utilizing their contractor. You know, we don't have to pay the mobilization fees or the traffic control fees. It's just basically the cost of the materials to go in. So it saves us a lot of money if we can partner.
Councilwoman James.
Could you just go over the location one more time? It's between where the Center Point, where the hotel is there at Center Point, down to
South Boulevard.
Down to South Boulevard. Okay.
Or I'm sorry, Square Lake Road.
Oh.
Special trunk line sidewalk along Highway I-75. Square Lake is the MDOT agreement. So it's along Updike
It's
from Square Lake up.
From Square Lake to what?
Center Point.
So that's a different footprint. That would be alongside where there used to be Papavino's Italian restaurant and now El Toro Mexican restaurant. So it's that stretch. It's south of Center Point, not north of Center Point.
The roadway construction is along Square Lake Road from Woodward to Square Lake and along Updike, or along westbound I-75 Boulevard, Square Lake Road from Updike Road to Woodward Avenue. That's the section. And additional work, sidewalk construction along the west side of Updike Road at Center Point Parkway, together with the necessary work related located within the corporate limits of the city. I apologize. I don't have plans for this. We discussed it probably 6 months ago when they did the design plans, and all we got is the contract, so.
Point of information.
Madam Councilwoman.
So if she doesn't have plans, how can she discuss it or deliberate? And how could the administration have her put her
Yeah, I apologize.
on Front
I should have.
Street like this?
Point of information received. So the question is there plans that you have received?
Yeah, several months ago, and I apologize. I didn't pull them before I came up here today.
Okay. We'll entertain a motion to postpone for 1 week as long as you have any strong objections about timeline for external entities, and you can just circulate that to City Council in the days to come.
Yes, my apologies.
Okay. Thank you very much. And we respect that the legal description's in here, but I think it's especially because of how weird that area is with the freeway. We need to know where it would be authorized.
Absolutely. I'll get you a drawing.
Thank you. Is there a motion to postpone
So
for 1 week?
moved.
Support.
Moved by Councilman Rutherford, seconded by Councilman Goodman. Hearing no further discussion on the motion to postpone, Clerk Doyle.
Carrington,
Yes.
Goodman,
Yes.
James,
Yes.
McGinnis,
Yes.
Parker,
Yes.
Rutherford.
Yes.
6 yeas, no nays.
The motion carries. It'll be back before us next week. We're at number 14. Is there a motion to adopt the resolution to approve the sale of various side lots?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
It's been moved by Councilwoman Rutherford, seconded by Councilwoman James. This is the approval of various side lots pursuant to Section 3.113 of the Pontiac City Charter. A public hearing was held on this a few months back. We give the floor to the administration to introduce the staff. You'd like to speak further on.
Thank you, Council President. We do have our Economic Development Manager here to speak on this item. So we have approximately 13 lots that are coming before you today. And as we are able to process them, we will be bringing side lots forward continually. And Ms. Younger can speak to anything else.
Thank you, Deputy, and good evening, Council. As the Deputy has outlined, we will begin, for the next couple of weeks, I will be bringing a host of not only side lots. Side lots are those lots that the adjoining neighbor wants to purchase. We are offering the side lots for sale for a grand total of $500, which includes the fee to combine the lots. We are requiring that the lots be combined. The city will do, the planning division will do the lot combination as part of the sale price. Every week we will be, for the next couple of weeks, we'll be bringing additional lots as well as a public hearing for new lots that we intend to sell. For the next 4 to 5 weeks, I'll be bringing continuous lot sales to City Council for approval.
Councilwoman Rutherford, followed by Pro Tem Carrington.
Yes, I just want to commend you, Ms. Younger, for doing your due diligence, even through pneumonia, even through being sick, coming to all of the District 1 meetings and making people feel informed that the citizens can buy a lot. So my question is, you still are making it available for citizens to be able to buy lots if they are available, correct?
Correct. Right.
I yield to the President. That was it. Thank you so much.
Pro Tem Carrington.
Yes, thank you, President McGinnis. First, I want to say this is a great deal. You're actually including the fee to combine the lots with that particular residence.
Correct.
And that's I just want to let Pontiac residents, that's a very costly thing to do if you had to do it previously.
Yourself.
So definitely, I wish I can buy some side lots, honestly. But thank you for your work as well.
Thank you.
All right. Councilman Rutherford, for a second time in a moment, I just want to make sure that everyone's aware. The land that we're talking about is 232 West Wilson, Parkdale, 182 Rockwell, 32 Bennett, a lot on South Jesse, 113 West Strathmore, a lot on Arthur, a lot on South Anderson, a lot on Stout, and when I say a lot, I mean a lot, not a lot on South Sanford, 505 Luther, 548 California, and then finally, the unaddressed parcel is on what slice of Pontiac Heaven?
I didn't bring it with me. We have several parcels that are unaddressed as they go through. I apologize, I don't have the list with me. I believe it's off of Luther, though.
That does sound right from the public
it's Luther.
hearing.
I just don't know the exact, because as lots became vacant, they became unaddressed for a host of reasons. We're working to get lots readdressed because it's difficult to not have an address on a lot, but that's a time-consuming process, and we are working through getting lots addressed. But I believe that one is on Luther, sir.
That sounds right from the public hearing as well. That parcel number, for those that need it, is 1422-129-021. Councilwoman Rutherford.
Working under the limited capacity or limited staff that you've had to have, how did you come up with this grandiose idea?
Well, if you remember a few months back, I wrote a land disposition policy for the city because the first step is actually having a policy that is that was formulated and adopted. So there are actually 6 categories of land sales that are included in that disposition policy. We have side lots, accessory dwelling lots, we have infill housing lots, we have commercial development lots available, and under that policy, I outlined and council adopted and approved the various policies for how we would dispose of those properties.
And my only follow-up is, if you had more staff, could this move at a faster pace, in your opinion?
Well, I do have some staff personnel assigned exclusively to work on this. They just started for me, so I hope to be able to move more quickly. Obviously, there are other areas that, I'm looking to get some assistance on, but I think now with this addition of the staff person, I'll be able to at least do the lot sales, and that's all they're assigned for right now, because I, want to get the lots sold. It's a good thing that we return these lots to productive reuse, and you'll be seeing some housing development infill lots coming soon, as well as some lots in support of commercial development as well. So I'm going to move with all diligence and haste to get these lots sold, and I do acknowledge that it's gone longer than I would like it to have gone, but there were some limitations with the bandwidth that I have as one person.
I know, and I just want to again thank you so much for what you do every day.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Further discussion on the motion before us? Okay. This is the resolution to authorize the sale of vacant city-owned parcels in accordance with the Pontiac disposition policy and the city charter. Whereas the city of Pontiac owns certain real property located in the city of Pontiac, legally described in Exhibit A, and that's the exhibit that I was reading those properties off of. We also have those parcel IDs in that exhibit. Whereas on October 10th, 2023, the Pontiac City Council held a public hearing and authorized the sale of the referenced side lots. And whereas the purchase price for the sale of each side lot is established at $500.00, which includes the fee to combine both parcels. And whereas the purchaser must combine said lot with his principal lot located adjacent to the newly purchased lot as a condition of the sale, now therefore be it resolved that the Pontiac City Council hereby authorizes the sale of city-owned vacant side lots listed in Exhibit A for $500 on condition that the purchaser combine the side lot with the principal parcel and where the sale price includes the lot combination fee. Be it further resolved that the Pontiac City Council authorizes the mayor or his designee to execute quit-claim deeds in accordance with the satisfaction of the aforementioned conditioned for the appropriate recording. Okay, so that's the resolution before us. The second whereas says, held a public hearing and authorized the sale of the referenced side lots can be a bit confusing.
Agreed.
I think it might read better if it said held a public hearing as required by the Pontiac City Charter for the consideration of sale of the referenced side lots.
Duly noted.
And then I would also swap the word his in the final whereas to their. So that way, in case there's a female property buyer, we're including them too. So those are the two changes that I would make if someone would like to make that motion.
I make that motion.
And I'll repeat it. Okay. It's been moved by Pro Tem Carrington and seconded by Councilman Rutherford. It would change the second whereas to recap, to read, whereas on October 10th, 2023, the Pontiac City Council held a public hearing as required by the Pontiac City Charter to consider the sale of the referenced side lots, semicolon, and then in the final whereas, it right now reads with his principal lot, and it will now read with their principal lot, THEIR. So that's the amendment, just tweaking those two parts. That way it's a little clearer. It's been moved and seconded. Any discussion on that amendment? Hearing no further discussion on the amendment, roll call. Clerk Doyle.
James,
Yes.
McGinnis,
Yes.
Parker,
Yes.
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 That amendment carries, so now we're back to the main resolution as amended. Any further discussion? Any further changes? Hearing nothing further, speakers, this is exhausted. Roll call, Clerk Doyle. We're voting on the resolution. Those changes have already been incorporated. This authorizes the sale of those side lots to Pontiac residents, so that way they can expand their footprint.
Goodman,
Yes.
James,
Yes.
McGinnis,
Yes.
Parker,
Yes.
Rutherford,
Yes.
Carrington.
Yes.
6 yeas, no nays.
That motion carries. The resolution is adopted, and those sales are authorized. Thank you very much for that one. Now we're at the second aspect, the number 15. Is there a motion to adopt the resolution?
So moved.
Is there a second? Support. It's been moved by Councilwoman Rutherford, seconded by Councilman Parker. This is a resolution to approve the sale of the property located at 95 Mark Avenue pursuant to Section 3.113 of the Pontiac Charter. Mayor Greimel?
Thank you very much. I want to turn it back over to our Economic Development Manager, Deborah Younger, to talk about why we're proposing to convey this parcel to an entity that is looking to redevelop an apartment building in the city. So take it away, Economic Development Manager.
Thank you, Mayor, and again, Council. This is in fact the sale of a parcel that will support parking for the redevelopment of an apartment unit located at 94 Dwight. We refer to the project as 94 Dwight. They are proposing to rehab into apartments that facility, and they need parking in support of that. So they would purchase this lot to support off-street parking for this development project, along and combine this with some other parcels to make parking available to support the project.
Okay. And this is currently vacant land that's on Mark Avenue, but it's adjacent to what's on the next side,
Correct.
Other side, which is on the Dwight Street part. So there's a vacant apartment building on Dwight Street.
Correct.
Right by where my dad used to live in the 1970s when he worked at Pontiac General. So some of those very large apartment buildings still stand, but have been vacant for a long time. So this is city-owned land, the vacant lot. We're considering right now selling the vacant lot for the amount of $4,349. And I'll read the resolution right before we vote on it, but it spells out that they're required to have a rehabilitation agreement, a development agreement, get the rezoning that they needed, and so you're building that into those agreements as safeguards for the city, right?
Correct. There also will be a reverter clause if they do not meet those conditions within a specified time period. So if they do not perform, the land will come back.
Okay. And this was also part of the public hearings that were held some months ago. So it was
Correct.
posted, advertised, and an opportunity to weigh in, and also let the community know, hey, if you got beef or problems with that, a heads up, we're considering the sale. Any further discussion on the motion before us? Mayor Greimel.
Yeah, I do just want to emphasize there are two major benefits here. One is actually bringing more residential units online, more apartment units online, which obviously is a shared goal so that we can provide more housing supply here in the city. But then also, this is a long vacant and derelict structure as well that will be renovated. And so it also will remediate blight in the neighborhood. So we're really excited about this opportunity. Obviously, the developer needs parking, and I really appreciate Manager Younger's work to make this happen.
Manager Younger, do you happen to know how long it's been vacant land? Was it previously a structure on it, or did the record show?
I don't know, sir.
Okay. Councilwoman Rutherford.
Manager Younger, I have a question for you. Do you have any update on when the housing study will actually be complete? We haven't been given an update, and because you are a part of economic development, maybe you can give us some insight on when it would actually be done.
We had an internal review committee that has selected who we would like to recommend. The contract is being developed in purchasing. I looked at it this week, and I'm hopeful that purchasing will bring the contract that council can approve by the end of this month or the first week in March. And then the housing study, they're ready to go. I've been in contact with them. They'll be ready to go the beginning of March.
My follow-up question is, under your tutelage, have there been many programs that have come to you that needed a pilot in order to be successful and have oftentimes been denied by the administration?
The current policy is that we're not entertaining pilots. A part of the housing study will look at financing mechanisms and evaluate how they can be most effectively used in the city. So at this point, we have not approved any pilots. I have had developers that have approached us about pilots, and at this point, we've deferred until we complete the housing study on to how we will look at the financing mechanisms, not just pilots, but other financing mechanisms such as brownfields and other things to develop affordable housing. So I hope as a result of the housing study that we'll have a clear direction and we can set new policy about how we're going to finance affordable housing.
And my follow-up question is, under your, the years of your experience, how many successful programs have been able to get financing without pilots, in your opinion?
It's very difficult under the current financing structure to proceed without pilots. MSHDA looks at pilots favorably. They have now allowed exceptions for other terms of city financing to replace pilots. The question becomes, will the financing committee accept those other alternative financing arrangements? Traditionally, pilots have been what financing communities have looked for, but we have one deal so far that is looking at a brownfield, and it looks as though it's going to move forward with a brownfield in lieu of a pilot. They have found a lender who in fact will buy the tax credits associated with the project. So it becomes, will the lending community become familiar with and accept other alternative forms of financing? So we do have one instance that looks to be moving forward without a pilot, substituting a brownfield for that.
Thank you for your honesty.
Any further discussion on the motion before us? Again, this is a resolution to authorize the sale of property located at 95 Mark Avenue. Whereas the city intends to sell the vacant lot known as 95 Mark Avenue, parcel number 1430476-023, and whereas on October 10th, 2023, a public hearing took place for the sale of vacant lots as required under Section 3.113 of the Pontiac Charter, and whereas the sale of 95 Mark Avenue is part of a larger development connected to 94 Dwight Street, which is parcel number 1430476-002, and whereas the purchase price for 95 Mark Avenue will be $4,349, and whereas the purchaser must apply for and receive approvals for rezoning, preliminary and final site plans, civil drawings, and building occupancy, and whereas the purchaser of 95 Mark Avenue is required to enter into a rehabilitation agreement and a development agreement for the proposed development related to 94 Dwight Street, now therefore be it resolved that the Pontiac City Council hereby authorizes the sale of 95 Mark Avenue, parcel number 1430476-023 for $4,349, and be it further resolved that the Pontiac City Council authorizes the mayor or his designee to execute a purchase agreement, a rehabilitation agreement, and a development agreement with the purchaser of 95 Mark Avenue. Hearing no further discussion, roll call, Clerk Doyle.
McGinnis,
Yes.
Parker,
Yes.
Rutherford,
Yes.
Carrington,
Yes.
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 That motion carries. The resolution is adopted and the sale is approved. We are now at number 16. Is there a motion to adopt the resolution?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Support.
It's been moved by Councilman Parker, seconded by Councilwoman Rutherford. This is a resolution to approve USI Insurance as the broker of record for the city of Pontiac. Mayor Grimal.
Thank you. We're joined this evening by our human resources consultant, Shannon Hensel, and I want to bring her to the podium to walk us through why we're entering into this contract and why we believe that USI is best positioned to really provide high-quality services so that our employees here with the city get the best possible service.
Yes, good evening. My name is Shannon Hensel. We believe that moving, as the city has been growing and continues to grow, we also feel that our vendors need to accommodate us and provide additional services. Going to a larger broker house will also provide internal free resources for the city. And this is one of the many reasons why we're looking at USI at this time.
Okay. Any discussion or questions? Councilwoman Rutherford.
How many minority companies are included in that company? The vendors that they have. You have a listing?
I do not. I don't have a listing on me.
Okay.
They're a nationwide and international company. They have like 10,000 employees. So I can ask them for that information, but they're a very large outfit.
And I understand you might not have had that, but I think it's important that we know how many minorities can be used under that umbrella. In our current situation, how many minorities do we currently use in this administration? Do you know?
I do not at this time.
Thank you.
Any further discussion? Okay, the resolution for authorization to enter into a letter of intent with USI Insurance for broker services. Whereas the Human Resources Department requires assistance with ensuring that the city's benefit coverages are in compliance with state and federal guidelines. And whereas the city's received RFPs and selected to formally interview 5 insurance brokers and vendors, doing an HR and finance subcommittee for consideration to audit and manage the city's benefit line. And whereas the Human Resources recommended and the HR and Finance Subcommittee approved entering into a letter of recommendation beginning in 2024 with USI Insurance for the reference services. Any of the benefit programs USI would be able to take over immediately upon completion of individual letters of recommendation addressed to each individual benefit carrier. However, any lines of liability or workers' compensation coverages won't transition until all of those individual policies expire on their annual anniversary dates. Those most likely will vary. Now therefore be it resolved, the Pontiac City Council authorizes the mayor or his designee to enter into a letter of intent with USI Insurance to be the City of Pontiac's broker of record and for auditing and managing the city's benefit lines. So that's the motion before us. I recommend, though, that in the final whereas, it states that the City Council's HR and Finance Subcommittee approved. I take issue with the word approved. We would not be formally voting in the subcommittee. They would recommend or encourage, but there was no formal vote on the matter that would be binding, as there is not a majority of City Council at a subcommittee. So I would request that a council member move to strike the word approved and replace it with the word recommended.
Moved by Carrington.
Support. All right, it's been moved by Pro Tem Carrington and seconded by Councilman Goodman that the word approved in the final whereas be struck and replaced with recommended. Any discussion on that? Okay, hearing no discussion, roll call. Clerk Doyle on that particular amendment, that word replacement.
Parker?
Yes.
Rutherford?
No.
Carrington?
Yes.
Goodman?
Yes.
James?
Yes.
McGinnis?
Yes.
5 yeas, 1 nay.
That motion carries, so that amendment passes. Now we're back at the main motion, which is approval of the resolution as amended. It was just amended by a majority vote of city councils. Now we're back at the main motion, adoption of the resolution. Any further discussion? Clerk Doyle, roll call on adoption of the resolution.
Parker?
Yes.
Rutherford?
No.
Yes.
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 Yes. Okay, that motion carries. The resolution is adopted. We are now at public comment. Pro Tem Carrington.
Thank you, President McGinnis. Mr. Anthony Hicks. Is it Frank Leo Clayton?
He's not here as well.
Ms. Beatrice Wright. And then Mr. Bill Maxey on deck.
Good evening again, Council. I only wanted to speak to two items. I had the opportunity to talk to two former employees of the city of Pontiac. Mr. Glass, who used to be, he's my neighbor, he also was the deputy mayor, and he also was the president of the Planning Commission. In regards to the M1 racetrack, which was never supposed to be a racetrack. It speaks to the necessity of this council and the Planning Commission and those people in charge to follow up with individuals who present plans and give this as what we're going to do, but end up doing that. For Mr. Glass, he told me that the M1 was never to be a racing facility where they could just race around. It was only supposed to be a warming. Your car has been in storage for 6 months. You can warm it up, and that's it. But it seems that we have a racing facility. And that came directly from Mr. Glass, who was the chairperson of the Planning Commission. And the other person I had a chance to talk to was my good friend, Ronald Briscoe, who used to be the superintendent of our sewage treatment plant. And he and I just kind of reminisced for a little bit about things that he had put in place and things that seemed to have gone awry after Oakland County took over our sewage treatment plant. It brought to mind for me that I corresponded with the current sewage treatment plant, the Oakland County gentleman. I'm blocking on his name, but I saw at one point where he had taken out an ad at a music theater for the Water Resource Commission. At the same time, he was raising our water rates. And I wrote him a letter, and in it I said, water is free, number one. Your job is to provide it in a way that you conduit to my home. You're not set out there to be a profit-making venture. And so I would hope that you would follow up with that. And Mr. Briscoe and I talked about that. So I just want to let the council know, for those of you who didn't know, that this African-American man used to be the superintendent of our sewage treatment plant, and it ran so efficiently. We didn't have the other communities.
That does conclude your time.
And I thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Wright. Mr. Bill Maxey.
Good evening, Mr. and Mrs. Pontiac. H. Bill Maxey. I would like to share with you a taste of history. This month's celebration began with Carter G. Woodson, 1926. He is the founder of Black history. Let me go backwards and flip over a couple hundred years. 1865, the ratification to the amendment that stated this abolition of slavery. Fast forward, that amendment merely stated that was for 3/5 of a man, not a whole man, but 3/5 of a black man. And based upon that history, I'm sure that Mr. Woodson came forward and made his expressions and his feeling known. Standing on his shoulders, 1944, the first black fighting unit, United States of America history, 751st Tank Division. And if you look at the pictures here, I have many, there's only two. This unit was the first half-equipped unit to go into battle in 1944. General Patton stood on his tank before he fell off and broke his neck, stating that you boys fight good. I know you're a winner. They sent the 761st Tires into combat with minimum equipment, survival equipment, water, food, knowing that they would be wiped out by the Germans. But much to their surprise, the 761st conquered. The headlines were reading, "Colored soldiers conquer, colored soldiers conquer." This mighty, mighty unit, 761st, marched on to victory. United States military had written them off. You're dead. I gave you minimum equipment. I gave you minimum food, water, and survival. And in Belgium, one day they looked up, and coming down the path was the 761st. And as history recorded, 10,000 German soldiers killed, 6,000 prisoners. It was no longer a write-off. This is why I said today, standing on the history, one part of it is the fighting military. I left my hat there. Fighting military men who are responsible for us being here today. No world war has ever been fought on the soils.
That does conclude your time.
Of this land. Again, I salute Gloucester Stevens. Let me say this. Pontiac was a member of this unit. Gloucester Stevens made this transition 4 years ago. He was a member of the 761st Tank Division, a Pontiac native. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Maxey. Ms. Billy Swayzer.
Good afternoon. My name is Billy Swayzer, and I'm on the General Employees Retirement System. I want to talk about two different things today. The first thing I want to talk about is, like most of us have heard, February 27th, we have an election. Please vote. And I usually send it out to all my neighbors, ask them to vote and tell them exactly how I want you to vote. But I didn't do it this year because of the marijuana issue. But fill out, whatever you fill out on there, make sure, if you're filling out, don't exit, fill out the complete color in that box, whichever you pick, yes or no. The other thing is, I am on the General Employees Retirement System. I don't know if this is in violation of your rules. I know you have new rules, and that's why I didn't speak last week. So just tell me, can I speak on it or not?
In terms of the General Employees Retirement System?
Yes, because they're having an election.
Oh, I don't think that would be what the state law is dealing with, since that's like a private organization and it's related to city business.
Okay.
So I'll let you proceed, and we'll find out if it's a problem. How about that?
Okay, then, because I am a trustee, and I am running again as a trustee for the General Employees Retirement System, representing both the city and the hospital retirees. So next week, I will have the dates of the election. You have not received the ballots, but all retirees will receive a ballot. So you can turn it back in, and it can be tabulated, and we can know who will be it. There's two positions available, one that I hold and one that James Mariani holds, and he is held for the city representative for the General Employees Retirement System. Hope everything goes okay. Thank you. Bye.
Thank you, Ms. Swayzer. Ms. Rosalind Northcross.
I know there's a button someplace.
It's on. You're good.
Okay. Last week, I spoke about the concerns of residents in District 1 with the noise that comes from M1 Concourse. Residents have been negatively impacted since M1 opened with that noise in 2016. In the noise survey that was conducted by our neighborhood association last month, spring was identified as the beginning of the most negatively impactful noise. And residents in District 1 would like to have monitoring begin in spring on the weekends, because weekends was identified in the survey as the time when the noise was the greatest. For 7 years, M1 has operated without being monitored. In the fall of 2023, that was the first time since they opened that anyone measured the noise that was coming from M1. Even though residents had been complaining for years that they were being negatively impacted by the noise. We want the city to purchase additional monitors. Currently, the city has only 1 monitor. We would like, because this has gone on so long, we think that it would just only be fair to have multiple monitors to make up for all those years when no monitoring was done at all. We also want to see the plan that the city has for the noise monitoring. How many monitors? Who makes those monitors? How are they calibrated? When are they calibrated? If there's any special training or anything that has to be done. Because it's important that the noise is monitored in such a way that it could stand scrutiny if it has to go to court. We hope that it doesn't. We hope that this will be resolved and that we will, again, have a relatively quiet, peaceful neighborhood. But the monitoring is necessary because M1 has made it quite clear that they do not plan to change how they're currently operating. And in closing, we need you to protect us from unwanted noise which interferes with normal activities such as sleeping, conversations, and even watching television. To protect us from noise that diminishes our quality of life.
Thank you, Ms. Norcross. Mr. Carlton Jones.
Thank you. Good job, Russell. Yeah. Let me just say this. This is really key, because this is not something that's uncommon when a city is trying to grow economically, that sometimes it forgets about its most prized possession is the residents. And that could easily happen. And I'm hopefully that we can find a good, happy medium here, because I know when these big businesses come to the city, they want to do a lot of things. But if we forget about the residents and how it impacts the residents, we are truly missing out on how great our city is. Now, I want to say, I can tell the honeymoon is over. And I can appreciate council people asking certain questions and giving certain information. Councilman Rutherford, I appreciate what you've done today. That's what all the council people should be doing. They should be reporting to us why things are not being done, what's happening with them, and how can we benefit. I have been talking about community benefits for a long time. Workforce development is just one component, but it's a major component that we need to do in this city. And if we keep low prioritizing that, we will not do economic development. Economic development is helping the people, not with just brick and mortar, but we got to help the people here. And we are in a position right now that we can do it, but if we, the council elected, do not stand up for the residents, that's why she said we need you all. Because right now, I want to let you know, Ms. Wright spoke about something earlier. We brought it up over a year ago about this paving of Golf Drive and Bagley about sidewalks. Now, you got all kind of residents over there. Now, what are you talking about on Updike? I don't know where not one resident lives out there. I don't know one resident live out there. So how can we participate in putting the sidewalk out there and won't put it in the neighborhood where we got residents? It's the same kind of thing she just described. When the road is going in, why don't we chip in and get a sidewalk? Even if it wasn't in the project, it makes the best time to do it when the road work is being done. It's not too late. They can add to that contract for those contractors to put in a sidewalk on Golf Drive, which is most desperately needed. If we're going to develop our city right, let's do it right for the residents. And we're here to try to help. We're here to help. Anytime I'm coming down here trying to help to make our city better. And I'm hearing now that you guys are starting to cross some T's and dot some I's in behalf of the residents, and I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jones. Dr. Deirdre Waterman.
Amen to the duties of the elected officials to serve the public that elected them. I just want to comment on some of the other comments that were made earlier. But I was talking about the marijuana referendum because that's coming up 2 weeks from today. And I had some other questions that remain outstanding, and we just wanted to get some answers, if possible, or get straightforward answers, so we're not skirting around what is actually happening to the city. I had brought up once before, and I'll do it again, this $60 million lawsuit that's brought against the city, which Open Press said that there were 2 city officials who got the city in trouble because they mixed up the development of the Crystal Lake property with medical marijuana, and that's why we're in this liability issue. I understand that after I left last week, the mayor attempted to answer that. He kind of skirted around the question and didn't recall, but I will wait to see if we do get an answer about that. If not, help to refresh his memory one of these times. Other questions. Somebody was talking about, and we've seen the product of this at the council meeting, but the performances have happened with some of the agenda items. And there are so many important vacancies in the city of top leaders. Of the 5 department heads, the chairs of the departments, major departments, we have vacancies now in the DPW, finance. He's gone so suddenly. Wasn't he just here for a few months ago? And Ms. Younger talked about the fact that she's kind of low bandwidth to do all the things she's supposed to do, because where's the economic development director? Okay, and how is she serving us right now? So, and not only that, but you've noticed that this is the 4th HR personnel that this administration has brought forth, and with a consultant. The first one left because she said she was let go after she complained to the administration about unauthorized people being allowed to access confidential personnel employee records, which is against the law, and she was let go. So, as you said, Carlton Jones last week, sometimes it's not just throwing money at it, giving them bigger raises. Sometimes it's about the culture. And that's what we've got to look at and look under. The other thing that's absent, and this is important because the election, is that they're still looking for a deputy clerk. Every time I hear we hired a deputy clerk, they're here for a day or 2 and then they're gone. They don't want to come. And that's important because with this election coming up, we don't want the same thing that happened with the last referendum ballot when it passed by 1 vote. Not really, though.
Thank you, Dr. Waterman. Ms. Pastor Kathy Desiree.
I have 4 quick points. Number 1, sidewalks on Updike don't make any sense at all. We need sidewalks within the populated part of the city desperately, and you're going to do Golf Drive. Let's start there. Number 2, I hear people saying, oh, we're not going to vote, we're not going to vote, this is a mess. Even if you don't want to vote for president, we have an internal piece of the ballot. We need to get out and vote on this marijuana issue. Please vote. Otherwise, you're going to sit and complain for the next 3 or 4 years, because I know that's how it works. Number 3, it does draw into question, if the water we drink is so pure, why is the stench at the plant so horrible? You'd think by now we could get rid of the smell. I mean, it just is awful, and there are days when you can't hardly drive by the place. It seems like there must be, in 2024, some chemical or some way that we can remove that odor. Those poor people who live over there, that's just horrible, and it can't be healthy. And finally, last week we all complained because we got a letter in the mail that insinuated in many ways, correct and otherwise, that we should support something the council has done in terms of the election. This week, we got a card. I don't know exactly how big they are. They're not a postcard, they're bigger. They're like a 4x10 or something like that, telling us that that we absolutely should support the council's stand on the election. You don't give us a stand on the election legally, I don't think. And yet there's all this information out there. Oh, this is what the council wants us to do. No, it's not. It's somebody's idea of what the council wants us to do, but it's not their job to tell us that. And in fact, they can't legally do it.
Thank you, Ms. Desiree. Mr. Lonnie Williams, Jr.? Mrs. Pinky McGee or Dink? Oh, no, okay. Ms. Darlene Clark.
I have a few questions. Good evening again, once again. I have a few questions. First question is for council as well as the administration, the mayor. The empty lots that's owned by the city that you're allowing the neighbors to purchase with conditions, if those lots are not sold, will they be sold to the developers with those same conditions? Because right now you're looking to put 700 to 800 square foot homes on lots. And those lots that you're speaking of, the neighbors are kind of wide and few, so which means they may or may not buy them. You know, you can't say what they're going to do, but they may or may not. So then you're stuck with the still empty lots. So give clarity, would that constitute for the investors that come in more to put those homes on those lots? Secondly, M1. M1 has been around, like we all know, in Pontiac for a while. But the one question needs to be explained to the people so the people could quite understand. In the planning process, was there ever a clause for noise? The council, did you approve it? I mean, there was conditions put on it. Explain that instead of the people have to constantly keep asking that one question. Because right now you're having the residents go to a company that's not willing to bend, and they're not going to. The city doesn't seem to have any leverage in even trying to convince them to put these barriers up that what these people are asking for. So that tells me there's not a clause anywhere in planning or a condition that was actually put in place when there's no one, when your hands are tied, especially from the city. Thirdly, and Ms. Rufford, this is no disrespect for you, what I'm finna say, so please don't take it as hard. Take it as the people truly want to know. Last week, you had a slightly vocal expression to the administration. This week, it seems that you also is turning against the administration. And you did explain that your eyes has been open to a lot of truth and lies, with respect that the people of Pontiac has already known. But the question is, how long will it be that you will continue to hammer against the mayor? Is this a temporary, or are you really for the people? These are questions that's being asked at our office. And can you please give the people some reassurance? Is this a political ploy? Are you not getting your way in what you want with the administration? Give clarity. Because right now, and I'm not trying to criticize, these are questions that actually come to our office. You have 6 council people. You have 1 that does not show up. You have 2 that's sitting there in District 5 and in District 4. Also, no disrespect to Tim, Mr. Carrington, you guys don't seem to have
That
leverage.
does conclude your time.
Thank you, Ms. Clark. That concludes public comment.
Okay, so first I just want to make a housekeeping note before we consider this next item. In 2 weeks, it is election day, so there won't be a city council meeting that day. We're not going to try and conflict with the clerk's operations and city hall being used for that. We want everyone to be focused on participating in the process. So the city council each week, that week will be on Thursday, the 29th. Obviously, we'll remind everyone next week too, but we just want to put that out there. My recollection, it's the same 6 p.m. evening meeting. It'll just be same evening meeting, but just 2 days later to make space so the election can run smoothly without any unnecessary complication. Okay, with that, we're at number 17. Is there a motion to adopt the resolution to proceed in closed session? Is there a second? Okay, it's moved by Councilwoman Rutherford, seconded by Councilwoman James. This would, a resolution to proceed in closed session to discuss trial or settlement strategy and to consider matters exempt from discussion or disclosure by state or federal law in accordance with MCL 15.2689, subsections E and subsections H. And so we would vote to go into closed session, consider the closed session, and then once it's done, we must come out and vote to come out of closed session, and we'll announce the time that happens. Individuals are welcome to stay and wait for the balance of the meeting. What will remain are communications, closing comments, and then adjournment. So that's what's the balance of this evening's meeting. Okay? Any further discussion on the motion to proceed in closed session? Hearing none, Clerk Doyle, roll call.
Rutherford? Yes. Carrington?
Yes.
Goodman?
Yes.
James?
Yes.
McGinnis?
Yes.
Parker?
Yes.
6 yeas, no nays.
That motion carries. The resolution is adopted. We are now in closed session at 7:52. The clock just changed, 7:52 p.m. Thank you.
Could I please have a motion to come out of closed session?
Support.
It's been moved by Councilman Goodman, seconded by Councilman Rutherford, that we come out of closed session. That's been properly moved and supported. Hearing no discussion, roll call. Clerk Doyle on that motion.
Carrington,
Yes.
Goodman,
Yes.
James,
Yes.
McGinnis,
Yes.
Parker,
Yes.
Rutherford. 6 yeas, no nays.
That motion carries. We are out of closed session at 9:43 p.m. With that, the balance of the agenda continues. We're at council communications. Due to time, I'll leave it what's written, but please feel free to check out the many exciting upcoming activities throughout our community in the days and weeks to come. Communications.
Yeah. I want to thank our youth recreation manager, Tanisha Taylor, for organizing another great and amazing annual City of Pontiac Daddy-Daughter Dance. So many thanks to both youth recreation manager Taylor and a number of other city employees who helped out tremendously with organizing that event. This one is on Saturday, March 23rd. It is the second annual Spring Bash and Egg Hunt. And so mark your calendars for Saturday, March 23rd. More details. Exciting opportunity this Saturday, February 17th, which is a Pontiac Youth Recreation field trip to the Charles H. Wright Museum of African American History in Detroit. This is completely free of charge for those who want to participate. The bus pickup will be right here at Pontiac City Hall at 9 a.m. Lunch will be provided, and folks will return here around 2 p.m. And if you're interested in participating, because there are limited seats, please register at pontiacrecreation.recdesk.com.
Okay, thank you. Clerk's Office Communications.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just one, I want to remind the community that early voting starts this coming Saturday, February the 17th. And early voting is from February 17th through February 25th. You can vote early at the Pontiac Public Library, which is located at 60 East Pike Street. The hours for early voting are every day, Monday through Sunday, 8:30 to 4:30 p.m., with the exception of Thursday. Thursdays, the early voting time is from 12 p.m. until 8 p.m. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, closing comments, Mayor Greimel.
Thank you. I wanted to answer a few questions that were raised by a member of the public or members of the public this evening. Number one, there was a question about agenda item number 11, which was ultimately removed from the council agenda this evening and postponed, but it is designed to expand inspections and rental unit inspections to apply not only to rental properties, but also to co-ops. There was a question about what that agenda item is all about. Secondly, there was a question about the city-owned side lots and what happens if they're not purchased by neighboring property owners. Just to be clear, the special pricing is available only to neighbors who own the neighboring property, so owner-occupied homeowners in the city. Landlords who are absentee landlords or rent to people. And yes, if the person in that neighboring owner-occupied housing is not interested in buying that side lot, it might be sold or conveyed to somebody else, but that special pricing arrangement with noise at M1 Concourse, we're still investigating and looking into all of the zoning documents that were approved many years ago when M1 Concourse's zoning was approved and the site plan was approved by the previous administration. But initial indications suggest that they are still bound by the city's noise ordinance. And so that really is something that we believe, we're going to confirm this, that they do need to abide by the city's noise ordinance, and they need to keep decibel levels down. That is something that the city can enforce. It's something we take seriously, which is why for the first time, I think, since M1 actually located there, we deployed code enforcement officers last fall. Device that can measure the decibel level because before a year ago, roughly or so, the city did not even own a device to measure the noise. So we bought that noise detection device not just for M1 Concourse, but also because we get a number of noise complaints throughout the city in other contexts as well. But it's something that we take very seriously, is monitoring and enforcing noise levels, not just at M1 Concourse, but throughout the entire city. That's all I've got, Mr. President.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Stevens, anything you'd like to offer?
Thank you, Council President. Just a reminder to everyone that this is February. The council has put up a great display, and thank you.
Thank you, and happy birthday upcoming to your beautiful bride.
No closing comments.
Okay.
I don't have any comments other than to thank the District 5 community for coming out for celebration, and have a good evening.
Thank you. Councilwoman.
Due to the time, no closing comments tonight. Black History Month, and with that, good night.
Thank you. District 3, Councilman Mikhail Goodman. Okay. District 1, Councilwoman Melanie Rutherford. Yeah, that's how it works.
The worst form of inequality is to try to make unequal things equal. That was said by Martin Luther King. If a building does an internal demolition without one demolition permit, one building permit, one environmental study, and not one fine and not one ticket has yet been issued, is that unequal thing being made to be seen as equal? When people try to weaponize departments against people of color, and others who have less than 300 square feet have been fined over thousands of dollars, and yet this individual has nothing on the record for doing demolition. Is this unequal thing being persuaded as equal? We have made promises in this administration about a youth center. And so for after 2 years, if I don't hear a plan, I must now start to question this administration. We have made promises about doing a housing study, and because there's no study involved, I must now question this administration. We have members of the public who came tonight to talk about the food truck pricing for licenses, because some of them are barely hanging on because they're waiting for the small business grant program to start. And I have to question the administration. And the reason why I question them is because we as a council have given them the tools to do the necessary work, and it's not simply being done. We need to truly investigate what is going on in the building department and what is not happening. Because if it's one person not getting fined, it's okay. If it's two person, it's okay. But when you have a plethora of individuals who are getting ticketed every day, and then you find out from a reliable source, a council member, that something is wrong, she is then weaponized against. She's conversations in public restaurants. It is dangerous to try to make it seem like you're the truth. So I'm asking this administration to tell the truth publicly so that I don't have to say we made a mistake. I have to keep questioning this administration. And it's dangerous when one person starts, because I believe that we're going to have equal treatment for people. I don't believe it right now, because there's not enough noise being made about something that could affect somebody's health and possibly their life. and it's being, to me, not handled in the right way. So if it seems as though I am being aggressive, I am, because somebody could die if there's no environmental study done on buildings that's over 100 years old, and people are doing what they want to do without simply doing what is right, what is fair, what is just. So the administration is being put on notice right now to change the way we are handling downtown, or every week I'm going to mention when I see things that are not happening. And attack you, it's because you ran on promises, and promises must and they shall be kept. We have our District 1 meeting at the end of the month. Our speakers are going to be Judge Jeremy Bowie. Our speaker also is going to be Haley Stevens, because she, to this administration and to this council leadership, I thank you for standing down privately. I thank you, and Mr. Parker, you are all.
Council Pro Tem Carrington, District 6.
I know, sometimes we have to change this order, so I won't always go after Councilwoman Melanie Relaford. But Pontiac District City PM held at Ruth Peterson. Please come out. That address is 990 Joslin Road. Please come out. We're going to discuss some things that's going to happen in the 6th District, as well as look at this year's community projects. And good night.
Okay. And yeah, I could change the order just because you were pro tem. I didn't want to.
No, I'm sorry.
Don't want to Good evening. I'm Mike McGinnis, representing District 7. I want to thank the full house and the strong turnout that we had last night. 7 meeting, the Eastside Community Meeting. Really great turnout. I want to thank State Senator Jeremy Moss for coming. Candidates, other came and spoke. Thank you to the mayor for your time, for being there as well. But great turnout, a lot of issues raised, and it's always the second Monday of every month, 7 p.m., Prospect Church at 351 Prospect Street. So if you were there, you were loaded up on candy and sweets. And if you were here at City Council tonight, you were loaded up on candy and sweets. A very happy Valentine's Day to one and all. Thank you for the love that you show our community, the love that you show our neighbors, because there's a lot of passion, heart, and love in the Pontiac community. It's what's gotten us through some very dark times, and it's what is going to get us through brighter days as well. So please keep loving on your neighbors, on yourselves as a longtime Pontiac residents, but the city overall. It will make a difference, and it has made a difference. So thank you very much for everyone who is here tonight. We spent a lot of time, got a lot of things done, and we'll work to keep moving the city forward, and the City Council doing and deal with the hard problems to keep moving. To adjourn.
So moved.
Support. It's been moved by Council Rudd during this evening's meeting. Roll call, Clerk Doyle.
Goodman,
Yes.
James,
Yes.
Carrington.
Yes.
6 yeas, no nays.
That motion carries. We are adjourned at 9:56 p.m.